one world's end as a new begin, and should our souls scatter unto the wind, still we shall live on. Stand tall.
Last time we explored Razatan to find the identity of the first of the blasphemies. It turned out he was the owner of the merchant guild that we had interacted with earlier, the one that was struggling so much. Ardbert, I need another power up. The world is ending. Gotta no soul ever sleep. Hey Ori. After discovering this, there was a proclamation from Darshan. I'm mixing up the names. The people they thought was a satrap. We tried to explain things, but there was a massive freak out because a grandmother was worried about her child, and then right before she turned to blasphemy, and then more turned into blasphemy. The satrap died, there was chaos everywhere, and Graha became the Exarch again, to bring order, to lead. Us and the twins headed out of Razatan to help the people out of the city, as blasphemies were everywhere all the way down, with Matsuya, the fisherman. Well, fisher elephant. We reached to a small village where he used to sell fish. They had just, there were only a couple of survivors. There were people who had scattered out as well, including Matsuya's friends who had recently had a child. Unfortunately, we were unable to save the parents. We only got into the mother as she was grabbed by one of the blasphemies by the skull and then tossed into the temple for her last act, shielding the water from her baby, so that she ate the impact. Lazia runs with the baby. Lazia is saved by Estenian in one of the most awesome scenes in the game. And Vitra makes himself public. Following that, as Vitra, literally minutes after Vitra's made itself public, the twins' dad arrives with a delegation from Charlian to make the offers to get people to, you know, leave and get to the moon. Which Vitra is like, yeah, we'll talk. But Scions, you all have a great feast. You did a lot. And then, while we were having our dinner, we tried to figure out what to do. We had lost the flower, which we had learned was called Elpis from the Watcher. But no one had any idea what that meant. At which point someone, I believe it was Alice, made a comment of, we don't even have an ancient ask anymore. But Graha remembered that there is technically still one. Kind of. Elidibus. Still sealed in the Crystal Tower. On the 1st. Which is where we are. But yes, that is kind of what's about to happen, alright? I'm allowed to? Yeah! Alright, now I'm going to have to spend a lot of gil. And I'm going to be... Oh, no, I already picked it up. Excellent. We need to go to the 1st from here. Turning to the Cristeria. How are you doing, Ori? Oh. I'm ready to go outside. There's probably a lot more than that happening, but that's not surprising. Wouldn't be surprised that that's all my channel recommends now is FF14 streams. Remember when I was a variety streamer? Rina, you are returned. Have you been well? You and the others? So glad am I to hear it. I trust my lord is enjoying himself. He said this to you? His exact words? Oh, Oh, to know that he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Relina, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile request though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never made more or optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most of the minders that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the genuine running of the Crystarium. The representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone. But however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our Lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question though. Some days ago, Loreen came and asked the very same. She is rather unsettled. A stark contrast how cheerful she has been of late. She and the other Crusader youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between our preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of much such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? Oh my god. You have to wish to enter the umbilicus. Very well, I shall fetch the key at once. I'll take the opportunity to find Doreen. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the camp of the Curiosity. Shall we say? I will be along as soon as I can. Guys, there's a Shadowbringers quest we forgot to finish. Whoops. Well, you're about to get spoilers for it, I guess. Sounds something like an NPC dying screams. I try my best to avoid showing them, but I think I'm just going to now. Before we head over, because I can't remember to come over here anyway, but there's no hiding them if we have to. So you remember how we were doing the last role quest for Shadowbringers, where it's what you get if you've done all of them? That kind of brings the guy from the Triad quest line from Heaven's Word over, as they are both from the Void. Yeah. Try it too. Alright, let's try this again. It's actually strongly implied that Inulikai and Tainor are reflections of each other, like we were with Artwork. Which is neat. Yeah, that's really all you missed. There was a big feast where you get all the quest givers together, and then you go back to the Rising Stones. You pick up another guy and bring him over here, and he's like, "Yep, I just live here now." And the pair of them be trying to think of a way of saving the first ever since first 13th. We will probably do it in the future. But I feel really silly for not going back to finish it. Do my eyes deceive? Old eyes deceive? Is that truly Relina? Ha! It is. How glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. I guess you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome of chronicling events from the flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historically and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours will be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, on something that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift. Knowledge that will allow me to attest to the existence of and deeds. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you face many formidable foes. Among them, who offer you the greatest struggle? I mean... Ah, yes. Hades. He who sought to resurrect his ancient brethren. He was the final obstacle in your quest to restore the night. Your battle in the depths of the tempest, the stuff of epics. Yet compelling as it is, I worry the mere words wouldn't do justice to that fateful confrontation. Not that we think to omit it entirely, of course. But at the very least, we will impress upon readers that it was the climax of your hero's journey. I know you'd love to talk to hurry off more, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Yomo won't collect themselves. Of course, of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise. Till next time, then. Do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself. Again and again till his ears fall off. And that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. technically it wasn't Hades, but I want to say Valkyrie was, but is that the Warrior of Darkness? It is! It's her! It's really her! What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Riki. You don't want to give her a stomachache. We've come to see Morin to get his advice. One of the guards finally agreed to teach us how to fight. But first we need to choose the fighting style. I know I want to be a mage, but our kill isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking out the axe, or the sword, maybe the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide. So I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about lots of things. He isn't here! Oh. Oh! Why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think? Is our kill best? Axe, sword, or bow? Unfortunately, Estanian can't come over here, but this would be hilarious with him. And you know what? It's a shame I can't tell him to pick up the spear and become the Dragoon of the Crystarium. Warrior, Paladin, or Bard? What do I see for this boy? Let's go with... the sword. If you take out the sword, you could just be like... Brandon, the Warrior of Light! I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular though. It's still there. Thanks for helping me decide Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style, maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I want to have a bout with you. Oh, I should have chosen the axe. He's a baby hardbird. Oh well. It's fun she's been having, busking adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does she spare a thought for me? Of course not! I waited and waited and waited, but she won't so much as acknowledge the presence of her beautiful branch, even though they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is, cold and cruel and thoughtless. Oh, faithful face. Have you truly missed me? You should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call with that twice the passion next time. Though for there to be here next time, you have some few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, The world is on the verge of destruction, is it? How do I know? Join us, we are. Spying on you is as simple as sliding back down the back of a rainbow. What I could age in your crest, but the fate of we faithful is bound to that old star. Whether it goes so to the way I follow, such is the way. The most I could do is for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But escaping is not to your liking. You must struggle with your fellow mortals. But here are the ones we are waiting for. I wonder what man of conclusion awaits at the tale's end. My apologies for the delay. Helena, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. Thancred misses you. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I had this feeling like a pit in my stomach and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that. I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Eidolon. Never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days though that connection has wavered. As if that meant something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling of being completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze during the star shower. But then I blinked and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I'd seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. But I had to wonder if it was a fragment or a half-remembered dream. Relina? Why are you not telling me? I have to know. Please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. It wasn't my imagination then. The day we witnessed in Amarant has come again. I can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the first. So don't worry about us. Please, look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now. And even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, we'll be rest assured we won't go quietly. No. We'll hold on to you till you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath the blazing sky. We're gonna make a Bible when we want to play. Thank us for. Oh. I'm heading to the Bellicus to consult with Elizabeth, right? I'll do some consulting on my own and speak with Lena, since I know we best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now. We will see each other again. I'm certain of it. We lived through the flood and the tyranny of Light Wardens. We're survivors. Do what you need to do. And know that we will too. And thank her, Mrs. and loves you. It's a shame we can't bring Thankford with us. Is she okay? Is she with it? She's not pregnant, is she? We need to chill. Ah, Mr. Swat, Lena, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I'll show you to the ocular.
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business. Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. Oh. You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all. So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill. Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share. Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel. Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation, so consumed by self-loathing and hate. Elpis. Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place. A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief. He was Hermes. That is all I know. The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis. No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility. And a truth that fills my heart. My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act. You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic. The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go, and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Na 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 na. I feel very, very small. This will go so long. Hey, Darth. Welcome to time travel. Does this how Lalafels feel? The man stands dutifully by the Aetherite-like device. I guide for this facility in all likelihood. Leon knows what it means to be a Lalafell. You attempt to get the guard's man's attention. If he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As little as warns. It appears your form is intangible. God, how is this like when you are a Lalafell? Ankle biters. This is the right place, yes, Propleon? Judging by the one's words, this facility is called Propleon. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention. Feel nothing. And it seems neither does she. How are you doing, Darth? Hope you've had a good week. The device is remnants of Aetherite. Perhaps it's possible to attune with it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. The remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half-mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in the Mare Lamatorium and the recently created Amarok. It would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manners of greetings and obscenities. The demand is not so much as glance in your general direction. This looks like a sturdy door. You suspect this door leads outside. Oh man, we're doing this at night. Oh well. But how to open it? Well guys, we traveled back in time, but we can't do anything because we're stuck by a door. Berlina has encountered D&D issues.
And here we are, Elpis. Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor? Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while. You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose she created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's her spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded?
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant. You may open your eyes.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings! I am Hythlodaeus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Sulking beside me is the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14. And how might we address you, my new friend? A fine name, and I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
Hey, Captain. Fair enough.
Well now, the same as us. Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If she truly wished to be here, then she would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree? Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
It's so beautiful.
This presence.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Yeah, Captain put a good belt. This is very much the start of Hades is no good, very bad day. In case you didn't know, it's rude to stare. Stop. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts that give shape to ether creation, magic allows us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to help us for in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. Quite Darth, and is in current beta testing. Hades 2. Early access. Now then, our friend Hermes is, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be up at the main observatory hub, So let's seek him out there first. Tired as you are, however, you may send out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Silk wishes to keep a low profile for his errands, so... Do you know how to make a rope? The basic concept will do. No? In that case, Emmett Silk? No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. The way he crimps sometimes. You think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the rope. Perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Bum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum. Sorry, Exarch, but I think you're probably annoying Emmett as well. Yes, these creatures should suffice. I need Theroka rope. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 petoladi? There are 3 specimens here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your ether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the petoladi first. Good luck. There is no easy way out of here. There is no easy out of here. Finally. Oh no! I no longer have high level immunity. There's always time for us to go beyond random monsters. We got the Predator, eh? Come, let's see us. Let us see. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. There, it's ready. There's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try on for size. Oh, it's fine. There's no one around to tell us off. And besides, we can always make a more predator die. We only need a tiny amount of ether. It may take some effort to get the form and composition right, but anyone familiar with the concept should be able to manage. Well, good to disguise and educate it. But it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point. At the very least, they should spare you the unwanted attention from casual observers. And it speaks true. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to see to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No, let's simply say that you're familiar. The question is, whose? Well, of course, as if you say you belong to her, people will give you the benefit of the doubt and for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence? The lack of her presence, absolutely. Were she here, she'd have been the first to propose the idea. And you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let's continue with our errand. Yeah, you do actually get a emerald robe, which for me is currently sitting in my glamour dresser. I do have a glam made up for today, but it's not this. You'll see in a bit. If you're ready, let's continue along the path to the Agnosai. The place serves as an observation hub and resident both. Someone there should be able to point us in the right direction of Hermes. Seriously, this place is so pretty. It's a shame it came when it was cloudy. And at 2 in the morning in the Eorzea. I was wondering what she was examining. It seems to be the bush itself. Yes? Can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask I see you're one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see. Your lips are sealed. She should be out conducting observations as usual. Its focus of late has been the aquatic creatures, so I expect you to find it near one of the pools here. The pools, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hippolytus, I've never met Hermes. You know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his ether? Aye, that I could. As you know, I'm a silk, and I can discern the colour of souls. By the same token, we can also see ether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I would readily locate Hermes. I thought it would be a waste of opportunity. We're here together to perform an assignment, after all. In search of the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight to help us and the man in charge of it. This is as much for your enjoyment, like as not. The point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. So, you know, it's because we're an outpost that we don't have our cows up. A special exemption due to the needs to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense. I would not assume you would process any. It's a rare treat, indeed, to be able to search for someone by their appearance. And thank you for humouring me. Come, let's find our man. And that's why they all wear formless black robes and masks. yet they still style their hair. Guys, it's the first unicorn. There, all's well. You've nothing to fear. Elpis is full of things like this, where you can see the origins of different creatures. Including... Hey, Kate Sith. And this is why Scotland's animal is a unicorn. I really should be calling you a Kashi, but let's be real, there's Americans here. Also, I called you Kate Sith throughout the entirety of the raid. But we all know the rest of the story. Observing voracious predators and the like are an incredibly dangerous occupation, which is precisely why I keep my distance and leave the rest of your familiars. After all, I'm far too important to risk my neck gathering dung samples and the like. For familiar, you seem quite inquisitive. Perhaps you're great to learn. Well, if there's anything you wish to know, I would be glad to explain. It's also somewhere in here are the elementals. No idea where, but they are about. Hey, it's the first boo-boo! It appears to have moss growing on his head. Head empty. Only teeth. What shall we do next, my little ones? Spell sunbathing, perhaps? Alright, for real, where the hell are you, Hermes? Oh, there he is. They had such funny faces.
Huh. You are...
Oh! Different! You're different too! You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be... Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts. May we please be friends? May we please be friends?
Ah, I see you found him.
I'm good at that.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
You were of the convocation.
Emmet Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Given your facility's purpose, its remote location is something of a necessity. Would that I didn't have to rely upon a guide.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to... Well, you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Meteon. It means shooting star.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment. Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing. But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters. By my coming, I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait at the main building yonder. I shall join you as soon as I've returned these creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
An amystoma is missing.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the boughs of a tree outside the grounds.
You're saying they can climb, with their sorry excuses for limbs?
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish. The ambystomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however... Excuse me.
I'll help too!
Yep, we're on God's playground.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Emmett is rocking that cloud shrug. The tenet of the words of Meatfall is to create aquatic life both unique and beneficial. Aquatic! What possessed him to put this creature in the sky? And it's even aquatic to begin with. The Abystoma was submitted to the Bureau not long ago. I'm pleased to see he has found his way here. We'll make sure these little ones don't wander off like their adventurous fellows. Go on and lend Hermes a hand. It seems Hermes and Meteors found their quarry. A creature known in this age as an Ambrostoma. Even though it has been safely extracted from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The Ambrostoma! Hermes saw it fly up a tree! He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him, and he slipped. Give me a hand. No, I'm fine. If a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Hermes, are you all right? Quite all right, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Mitro. Both you and Melina Westknight, you are called. An intriguing name. Someone presidential from your creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I've forgotten all those fellows! Truly, what a relief! I must thank Emmett Selk and Hypnodeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way. As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you will enjoy your time here. Ponder, warrant, cherish, welcome. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let's return to Angronosis. I'm so not used to this anymore. Dawn Trail's going to be fun in 2 months. 1 month. Tis blissfully uneventful in your absence. The little ones were on their best behaviour. No more errant creations and distract us from matters of actual import, I trust. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Amberstomas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to their space. If you go ahead to the main building, upon entering you will see a table and chairs. A meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creature slip away again. Well, that and also I did de-aggro them, thankfully.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways. We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins. What? Will I have to remove you by force? Let's hear them then, these reasons of yours. Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
I do not object to her attendance.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Perhaps, but I believe she can be trusted. Meteon would not have taken to her so quickly otherwise. Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself, do you hear?
I miss you, Emmett.
So, it's finally happened, then.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down, and named you as his preferred successor. In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration. As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure. And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Fandaniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
I did. He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, He wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the convocation?
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Fandaniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the star?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the star? Does that mean die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Aetheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness. To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it. A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world. And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom. Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
I know of all this. I do. It's just, I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all. Oh no, I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Meteon outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Ruh-roh? I'm sorry, Lena. I didn't mean a walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. Don't mind us, my friend. Please tend to Meteon. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. Don't worry. I'm fine now. So, why did you come here? You want to learn about Elvis and Hermes? Oh, teach you! I can teach you! We could take turns. I tell you something, and you tell me something. It will be. It will be. Where to start? Ah, yes. Well, it should be near the etherite. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is, so I'll have him explain instead. Don't worry about it. The etherite. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere. Not to the ground or other isles. For that you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, your ether is quite thin. I assume you're familiar with Meteon. Is there something you need? This is for Lena. Could you teach her about Elpis? Ah, you're familiar, is she? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fair facility to her. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist. Testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjugated to rigorous study, in which we identify their properties, surmise what habitants might be suitable, and speculate as to the effects they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it will be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your master's will, and be good to hear. We will, Maramon, we will. Thanks for the lesson. You had a turn. Now I get a turn. Where did you come from? From a place far, far away. From a place facing great threat. From the Crystarium, I guess. 1, 2, or 3, chat. What's the chat's choice? return properly to answer 3. Will eating a Caesar salad sandwich. Alright, Captain. Crystarium? I've never heard of it. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, my power. I haven't told you about it. A creation. Let's find a creation. One not being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Hope you're doing well, Cap. I forgot it was you. Spriggans? What are spriggans? Oh, no. We call them aureae. If there's many. If there's just one, we say aureus. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with the concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. Well, that's good. I'm glad you could join us for Elpis. Oh, this creation is perfect. But I don't remember seeing it before. Perhaps it's new. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait, please wait. I'll try again. With you this time. Greetings. Can you hear me? This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me. I'll project my emotions to others in return. I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intention. A process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission. It allows me to interact with intelligent beings even should they communicate via unknown languages or other non-verbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share your common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Did you hear me? Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Oh, Cap. When I got to this bit, everything just clicked. What am I best at? Playing. not sure what that means. Harmy says, let's play. But he goes for a walk or looks at creations. It's fun, but no different from work. You enjoying this, Emmett? I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go to and see Earthrise next. She's usually in a small building on West Oak now. Alright, let's leave the familiar. I like the fact that it is there though. It shows that Emmett's actively taking this seriously. But yes, that's Well, this is a Meteon. I see you brought a friend today. Greetings, you say. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Relina. Oh, can eat apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them. But you know you can't eat, Meteon. You're made to do so. But I'd like it to. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. I'm sorry, Relina. I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours. But I failed. Oh, that's what you like. Yes. Yes, I can feel it. Your joy and happiness. And that makes me happy too. Thanks for sharing it with me, Relina. Well, we walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? Let's read the shoeball's mind. Home, riding home. And then through here. There you are. I can see the fresh air's done Meteon good. Relina wanted to learn about you and Delpis, so I taught her about this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use, but I do appreciate you keeping Meteon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of your work. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Silk and Hithlodeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that she is no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet her at the Propylaeon. There is no guarantee that the matters we discuss will remain private. I do not mind. See the joy her presence brings Meteon. I can't imagine our mysterious friend harbors malicious intent. Relina is kind. Really, truly. She taught me as much. I taught her. You're coming, of course, to watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. I'm probably overdoing her speaking issue. And I've noticed I am very out of practice with Emmett's voice. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward Stoma. Have care when you step outside the hub. There may be unruly creatures about. Now we go up. We go this way. This here is a new specimen of Petaluda we've recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If we can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it into the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It's the presence of a soul. And a soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those with spontaneous born of magic or natural phenomenon, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation. It is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let's head to the nearby beacon. I will receive a report that arcane entities have gathered there. We're meant to be observing Hermes, but instead we're stuck with Meteon. Well, I suppose she herself serves as proof of his prowess as a researcher and creator both. Ah, yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call the structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. It appears Meteon is busy. Would you care to assist me in our stead and feed the pneuma? By using the light converter, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Perfectly done, Relina. Look. See how they gather to feed. How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess those qualities. But a soulless arcane entity such as a Gnoma, or an infernal life form such as a Patola, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but ultimately it falls to the Bureau of Architect to pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that's all I need to know. Oh, you're finished already? I'm sorry. I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. It is Legubu. Was there a guiding theme or any method to the madness that is thus random assortment of features? Ah, this fellow has been talking to Bureau. The combination of a carefree aspect and endless rows of fangs is strangely charming. It's adorable, but beware its knees. Hermes went flying once.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Antelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay, I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an Enteleki. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelekis.
Oh, the shade on that last one. Am I feeling sarcastic? At the same time, the best example we have of this is when we were up against him.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
A deficit of ether alone does not an Entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Flowers. Such pretty flowers. Never before had I heard of Dynamis or Entelechy's. I could only assume the Elpis flower was submitted to the Bureau before I joined. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew. But it irks me to discover there is an entity entirely different form of energy and no one told me. That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in Celestial, he would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. Still can't understand his hesitation. Ooh. Why did you join the convocation? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Sugg was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. Ahem. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're here to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Azem was involved, wasn't she? My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Ampulus to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature. I dare say it won't be long ere it has released them to the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Cryptus. That's what we shall attend to next. If you will follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main isle and head north. Oh, Captain! This is as good a place as ever. Yesterday, when me, Katie, and Lowell were playing, we were doing the Palace of the Dead. I may have gotten a little lucky. Third rarest mount in the game. Anyway, that's for later. understand there's a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature, going through adjustments to enhance its affinity to the wind and is capable of flight. Specimens created from the concept could all fly without issue. There are problem rules in subsequent generations. Third generation creature was born with an etheric balance and learning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origin was reasserting itself, it would seem. Result being its affinity to wind is diminished and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't even get it to rise in the slightest bit. There's such change to manifest in so few generations. I fear they're too flawed. With your permission, I'll revert these creatures and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revised. Wait. If its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. It is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it. Help me to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one enables a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet convenient thought may be, transformation in the presence of others is considered very vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running around ropeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. Just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive. What is our next shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. And it's silk. It may trouble you to move Charybdis away from his fellows. Somewhere out of sight. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? No such mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Guys, Emmett's silk stripped naked to fight us. At least it's people's equivalent of it. Such bother when we could simply begin anew. I shall defer to the Chief Overseer. Also, it's a fun experience, Cap, but I'd actually recommend doing it. Yeah, we made it to floor 173 before we died. It's also why I'm now 14 out of 15. If we had just made it up those last few floors. but by next week I should finally have it. Emma Seconds outside? Good. Let's pick out the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emma Selk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see ether currents. And with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is indeed capable of all you described, it is not his duty, and loath to trouble one with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would be all for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Lena, I want you to go to Emma Selk. Tell him that you have a favour to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflagrantly persistent. Off we go now, and good luck. Oh, I remember this. Well, are your preparations for the scheme that is clearly not a scheme complete? Oh, no you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Back when this launched, imagine if you will, Emmett's being surrounded by warriors are like begging him. It's such a safer hate. That sounds amazing, Cap. And it would have been the first day of this whole ring would be surrounded by people. All saying I have a favor to ask. I don't know what this is up to. And I will not be made to know. I refuse. And now I have to type in. Please. Emmett Selk.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Selk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Selk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last. I will aid it once it is taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we? You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so. What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault. He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve herself in the business of others. Where she walks, excitement is certain to follow. Her antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine, and together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
We really have always been this way, haven't we? If I didn't know any better, I'd say Emmett Selk is enjoying himself. Not that he ever deigned to admit it. Emerging from his reverie, Emisselk notices you and begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Relina and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed from afar. Your Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this we have proven that even a creature with skewed etheric bend balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. It may well aid their struggling kin in like fashion, and it wouldn't need to rise. Keeping this in mind, I bet you could continue observing them. Is that what you want? If I may say so, rather than hoping an ideal possibility comes to pass, would it not be similar to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee that such anomalies such as this specimen were never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Hermes. I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present talks. Let's return to Angranosis for now. I'm in the wrong place. Ah, they're down there. What? Want to apologize for forcing me to help, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Impediment to our business. Tell me, Relina, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Icon, I'm afraid it's done again. I'm sorry that we released one for observation. I did set upon the nearby Ochioptids, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry, or somehow provoked? I just fed them myself. And the Archeops were kept giving a wide berth. It was the nature of the Archeon that is to blame. Their innate figures. Terran aside is an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I'm no doubt that the Bureau will accept this concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doors will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see on the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, however. Hermes! Wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Da-da-ba-ba-da-da-da-da. And down here. The lacerations and burns are unmistakable. Iacon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doors must have taken it away. The man maketh his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. I myself and I will search the area for good measure. Just make sure that Iacon did not escape. My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go ahead. Please follow with Relina. Come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Looking up towards no easy prey. The Susan Horns is designed to be formidable even on land. It didn't stand a chance against the Icon. A fearsome beast is Icon. Where's it now? Can you guess what it is, chat? There it is! The 12 Wonders! Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too! He's a man with long blonde hair. I think I'll know him when I see him. Hey! Eggy brothers. Let's take it back and record today's results. I shall be finally able to put the report to bed. Not Taurus! His hair is long, but the wrong color is wrong. Long and blonde. Long and blonde. Doros! That's Doros! Oh no, there's a meteor. What brings you here? Granted, the person doing the cutscene was kind of a clue. Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. A didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Icons, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the field in the straits. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Catissus. Once I submit my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. As he says, beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you were. You've heard the news that the Icons slaughtered the Occultes. Observer in charge, you're the one in the opinion that they are not fit to be released? I am. The abominable aggression and exceptional strength made some for highly combination. Matters not where they're released. Lycaons would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens of Absurd are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibit the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with, was a fresh state. Their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environments, conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive. And potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the Theric mission. Pastorat, we wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits. And the misuse, his application is limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. I do not misunderstand. To manipulate your subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor. But it's still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know this distinction does concern you, but you mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture. Make a rational choice for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of the Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed as a detrimental existence, we unmake it. It is all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine process. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet the insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, is all the Icons have. Before they seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options to ensure there's nothing being overlooked. If you insist, I may provide you with a full report when we take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion? That Emerson may better carry all his duties. By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. Yep, we are once again falling. To man, other beings are just things to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. I fear the discussion may take a while, during which time Meet Tion. Are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to this meeting. I'll stay with Relina. Loath though I am to oppose, may I leave Meteon in your care again? I'm very used to babysitting. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. But yes, we are once again falling and playing Wipeout. Can you help me with something, Relina? The meeting with Hermes will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with the flower. Hermes likes flowers the most of all creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting or beautiful or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders. Five purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn this tree. Oh, so big and bright. I love them. But they may be too bright. You'd have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. Yeah, there's shades of it, to be sure. There's entire outfit sets that do actually look closer to this that you can get from raids. No flowers. If they were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry. Won't wander far. I said this was not intentional. There is one cutscene I want to get to wearing this, after which I will be switching to what I plan to do the rest in Elpis in. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine. Let's keep looking. Xanatol's thin stalk, the alder-shaped flowers, mesmerizing as undulations. Oh, a canaline! A flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it should seize at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Relina, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Nothing around here. over there, Relina. Something big. Huge. You really want to give him a more bomb? Is it Adonis? The flowers in his mouth is like petals, but the flowers are in orbs on his head. When Hermes inspect them, it's followed him. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Relina? Do you like it? So not this one either. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Relina. Maybe we should search a little more. Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. I am a botanist, sorry. Oh, there's nothing. There's shiny thing over there. What could it be? Botany is my main gathering with Relina. Flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me. They're intellecties. Like me. They feel his pain. That's only for Hermes though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly, the flower was dark in your home. Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? I see. Hermes has known the same. That feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Relina, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't alone. The others are sad too. Truly, you'll do it. Thank you, Relina. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished. And so we waited.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Hedgehog.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not a miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Elpis, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort. To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them. And they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right!
Well, that's a first for a while. Bubs, I believe we may have a bot in our midst if you're about. If not, I apologize, Kush, but that looks very much like a bot. An altar breath interlude, perhaps. It is time I attend to my next task. As Emma Silk and Hitldeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Icons. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doris has followed the correct protocols, and as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Icons would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of the Architect to have their concept preserved in the restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hitldeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Icons serve their purpose. Doris has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course, let us be off then. We return to the main isle. We appear to be in a spot of umbral wind right now. Doros, are you hurt? What happened to you? They caught me off guard. I had to bound them with the Aether's clerical shackles, but they became frenzied. Even more than usual, broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Melina handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how they must end, and so be it. I'll render assistant and myself. Unneeded though it is. Meet you on. You're to stay with Doros. But Hermes! The Lycaons must be reverted. I'll spare you their pain. And mine. This is my burden, not yours. If you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. I appreciate your help. I lament that is necessary. There it is, the quarry. Within striking distance at present. If it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You approach slowly in full view. Enjoy the icon's attention. Now I warn you, his abilities are as fiery as his temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you're more than equal to a task. Withstand the onslaught for brief moments, and that will be time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let's begin.
Now!
The game of Caduceus! Nice touch!
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me.
May you and your kin find peace.
Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy.
but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Fandaniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Got to 100 million years later. I want all of you to die. Yep. Time do be like that. The other Ichelons have been taken care of. The incident is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Where to now? If there's anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to know where show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we can accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. If ever the pragmatist, allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Relina? Will you continue along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters are to be had. If you follow me, we will first head back towards Anagonothus. And it really does feel like just slap the keyboard some days. There's probably something in a language I do not speak. From here, we follow the path northward to Notones. There we will find one of the news, which facilitates travel between the islands of Elpis. Most time travelers must be accompanied by someone with the requisite permission, which I have been previously granted. We only need to use the device together once, and henceforth you'll be able to use it freely. Shall we? Oh, by the way, we're now halfway through Elpis. This is going to be a long one, everybody. Here we are. Latonius. This news will take us to Kalimus Zathros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way and we shall soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well, an Arrhaeus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst, concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
That sounds rather like the blessing of light.
I see you are not ignorant to its presence. And while there are many protective spells, the one you bear is unmistakably mine.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
I'm on strict orders not to by our boss.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Thanks, Mother.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I think I'm going to look up the Japanese version of this cutscene later, Cap, because that sounds intriguing. There, I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, this nebulous talk of the future and changing history that can wait. First, I need to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. The future. Our future. I'm definitely curious to hear more. I thought it was very apparent. Okay, good to know. My apologies but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter of which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept in grey crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus has made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by the business with that shark. Would you like us to follow his ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There's no guarantee that hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please! Even that would be enormously helpful. While you're hunting down the thief, I can follow behind the scout of the forest, just in case. Could I ask you to join the search? I appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Poiton Oikos. Let us meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. We fly! Sounds like something Hitler would be passive aggressive on, especially with the what he was semi getting into there. Everything I get from Hitler, he's just a very passionate man in general. Right now you are definitely down here. You're on this level somewhere. Is there a cave I missed in there? Does not seem to be. Right. Where do you want me to go, game? Because it can't be up here, because you can only get here when you finish Stelpus. There it is. Anyway. I really should have thought better than attack me. It's high time to test our creations capable of doing fight. We need to start from a modest height in case there's unintended mishaps. Hey, this makes more sense to fly than half the other things you have flying about. Alas, Searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as follows his wake. Unless was you fared any better. The crystal! Well done! Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without the missing concept nagging on my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? You travel often then? It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yeah, I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest require my personal attention. That's what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested. My opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate the missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revolution. How strange and wonderful it is that the way that one leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, tis time we return this stolen property. If you go on ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to the task. Follow the fast straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Thanks, Bubs. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
A wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Why don't you start from the beginning? Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azam described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Yeah, I don't blame him for reacting the way he did. Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the Chief Overseer of Elpis. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I will have a good idea where we might begin. Okay guys, I am aiming to get all of Elpis done today, but I do need to refill my water, so I will be right back. In the meantime, that's... Hope everyone's enjoying this. Let's resume, shall we? See you, the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for me to stay in Elpis. And from what I recall, she has held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask her questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be. I'll leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions? For me? I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Greetings, Ismene. A friend here is desperately curious about the chief armies. I was wondering if you might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vana. What do you wish to know? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I would describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His resilient nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your questions. Is there anything else? I got it rightfully, say. As chief's personal creation, Meteon has not been subject to observation and studied like other concepts. So one day she was simply there. What do you make of her abilities? I understand she is highly unusual, familiar, able to read emotions and communicate with one's mind. However, she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I have not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. The Chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but engaging with us is necessary for everyone to perform their duties. I wouldn't want to intrude on his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though, if you wish to learn more about Meteon, you can try speaking with Timos, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be continuing his observations at the bank of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you are particularly enjoying rambling discourse, I suggest you keep the questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and insights. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Delina. I think we've enough of Vinsme's time. There you are, but our investigation's off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I shall continue making queries with the resident observers. If you could track down the colleague as been mentioned. Well, I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during the previous conversation. You seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is you wash your footing around the stream. We can only meet back here once you finish. We can meet back here once you finish speaking with Timos. I was just seeking different questions. Yes, I'm Timos. Please keep your voice down. You'll start the birds. So what is it you wish to speak about? Chief Hermes' work. A worthy subject indeed. Those beings that soar through the clouds, majestic, graceful, whatever our favourite creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is not how they benefit from the boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, all with it felt right in its currents. I know of none save he who can conceive of such marvels, even we who prize the elegance of overall forms of else are dumbfounded by his genius. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my adoration of Meteor as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift of communicating the emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. The chief, however, is good as choose to submit Meteor's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then the design will be raised to public scrutiny. Analyze that college creation before this last step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if it came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Dynamis and Intellectus? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Is there not a flower made around here in Elpis which exhibit the properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since the last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? I will bring up the subject. I've clearly sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I must return to my observations. Sure, your own tasks to attend to. Back already? That was quick work. You're obviously clever enough to head off any of that ramblingism you mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had low understanding of Meteon's capabilities. That alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Meteon as his personal project. I can provide no details beyond these which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here. More information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to find it is the power of Dynamis and the intellects which control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus I'm inclined to stay our current course and learn all we can about the chief overseer and his familiar. On the note subject, was there aught else of note you could tell me about Meteon, aside from our unorthodox method of communication? I rather wish you mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Well, the mystery of... Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue. One which we keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to proprietary crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Don't worry, I just dropped my ball. Everything be alright. This tower and the one further along are both part of the retired crystalline facility, which there they archive all of Elpis observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magical and really interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lessons short and see what those architects have to share. If we can find someone to speak with over at the tower, other tower, I should join you there and on. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a comprehensive log of these behaviors, we should have sufficient data for the official records. Now, what is it you should speak to me about? The Chief's Overseer's personal research project. And by that I assume you mean Meteon. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all the days goes by, fast without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared. Only that she now spends much of her time at the Chief's side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dear Scarline shared with me. Hi, Galeen is my partner, and a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes saying anything mentioning Heaven's Word, or most of them. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I would like to hear. Mistress Vanilla, I thought you already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept of place meal proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after the task. I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favour me with a retelling of the sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course. Or would you rather hear it directly from her lips, if you prefer? At present, she should be observing the subject in Metabosis. That's a lie. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreating such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanilla. Even though such pursuits must continually regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. This is a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered from the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as a Zem. What would help us be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed are as the basis of many techniques that we use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embodied of that nature much as more enduring and passionate as you. I dare say that not a soul alive more worthy of return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galeen in person? Allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. I'll take you to the skyward to spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful. Thank you. pleasure, Master. There's also my walk straight across the next tower and seek on the upper tier. Upon arriving in the upper tier, walk straight ahead. It's across the sky, and you will find yourself in the entrance of the metaverses. That's a lie. Glean will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. They did nothing small back in the old day, did they? Mistress Vanilla, just passing through. Allow me to prepare the path. If you need further assistance, there's always an observer or two on the upper skyway. Mistress Vanilla, I'm not told to expect. We're preparing an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galeen. That might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I'll inform her immediately. But she might be engaged. Must be engaged at the same phase. You could be in for something of a wait. She'll let you know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? I swear I could hear the glimmer in your eyes and the adoration in your voice. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveller. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
And thus we told her the adventures of Manderville.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Indeed, Cap. Indeed. You know, I somewhat wonder if the Charlians are basing their outfits on something in the past. Or if it's just convergent. So, another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others. I would suggest that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter more likely probable possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. I should like to investigate the site from which Hermes set forth the Metea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Colleen said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. Hope we can stand at the same vantage point. It should not provide too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Okay. Now, if we're conducting some mysterious research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? Have you been this fly? It's quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Relina over to the island? Stubborn creature. There's no place on this great star we have not yet travelled together. But still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos is rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've written before? Ah, your before meaning my after. Not all that confusing. That? Hey, Magtai. Interesting. It's certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of here and now, the quick soldiers forced to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you're worthy of his back. And besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lessons or not, there will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of a distant past to cherish. What say you, traveller out of time? Choose your battlefield. I admire your confidence. Close your mind and prepare your weapons. I will wait here at the clearing over yonder. I'm alright. I'm a little tired, but I should be able to get this all done today. So do not be surprised if I just bid you all good night when I'm done. How are you today, Magtai? It has been quite an eventful stream so far. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Sorry, fellow Scions, I have to go die now.
Let neither side hold back. My blade sings! Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
My dress since I have seen it. Why am I not in?
No quarter. see you won't be easily overcome, but
We've
neither
got
will
this
I.
class and at this point.
Prepare yourself!
Stop using my lilies against me.
We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
My back power.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial. Shed your burdens and show me your strength of will! You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
Please don't use me as the measuring stick. You're going to be very disappointed otherwise.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys. Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Man, I have one extra soul, the blessing of a goddess, and despite an encyclopedic knowledge of all magic and languages, never learned the meaning of give up. I'm one end of the bill. Exactly, Cap. Exactly. Anyway, the class I've always wanted to do help is. Argos will soon have us standing on this very spot. Patreon made the departure in the night sky. With luck we will learn something. My hope is we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion that we might have for Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Let's move over to the edge of the mountain, shall we? That will allow Argus to catch the currents rising up from below and give us a smooth ride over to the isle. Like... Is it a pleasant? Argo seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? Noi something? Ah, Neothorpon. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourself for landing, or would you tumbling off at the last moment?
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether. As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Alright, Kat, thanks for stopping by. Hope you enjoyed yourself. And have a good nap.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all. And I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
What, Darth? I see nothing going wrong with this at all. Nothing at all.
So, what is your opinion? I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill. We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are any number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do worse than look in This is Hyperborea, the largest facility. It stands in Ethelthalta Borealis, the northern island. I wonder, Relina, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, does she not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Considers herself. I touched upon the practice back before the archives where a vast area stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. It is there, within these sprawling habitats, that the Chief Overseer and most of Elpis observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come. The simplest route is via the easiest north of Poetonoikos. Good. The Neos acknowledge you as my guest. You should now have authority to use as you wish. As for the way to cut Sinus Hyperborea, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have discovered. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation Meteon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke to appeared to possess the chief's full knowledge on the subject, and neither did we hear any tale of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, then he must be recruited to help prevent one, then he might be. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Silk. According to your story, the 14th divined the connection between the celestial currents in the final days. We were never able to pinpoint the root or cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hitheldea's sharp eyes, committed to the personal solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only explanation is that the nature of the catalyst was too inexplicably that even we failed to perceive it. And what better fits the description than the invisible, intangible dynamis? Which in turn leads us to the next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? It was assumed that either he knew what and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the conviction does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the end of the world to end. Of that I am certain. It seems there is more to the tale after all. We conduct an investigation of our own, you see. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. 'Tis time we've brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Say your thanks. Do not say I believed your ridiculous story. As Emmett Silk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. I actually do laugh like Hitler some days. I think the time for leisure exploration has passed. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is. And the next eye over. Meteorn is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study. I suggest we hurry over before we venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mesopsis Eros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Close by, at the Hungering Gardens, that would be a circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Rolina, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. If all is present, just had the best chance at convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Rolina can handle them. She didn't survive a bout with Vana, after all. Off we go to find Hermes, but to be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Lena, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping little Deus and MSL company. An important matter? And don't relate to my decision on Daniel's say. And yes, I will come. As soon as my work here is finished. I'll not be long, I promise. You should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for an idle exploration. As well, I see. Or should I say smell? I can't speak for the conviction members. Well, I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you have this Hermes to confer with us, let's pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet who would recreate Amarok from the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never come to pass. Be it our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, evil that it is. Words without sound. Hermes said that he would not be long, yes? And we shall wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity, if one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us, who you are, and why you came.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why do we... They hurt. Hurt. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run to hide. Let's see, where's he? Greetings and salutations. Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell them that. We must run away. Please, don't follow me. Damn it. You're being compared to Vince McMahon right now. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we travel to the stars? Why we saw other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be. I mean, it's open to interpretation, Darth. I will never fill that. It fails then. It is me. Do you mind? I'm trying to find a depressed bird. Compiling a report for the assignment to Hermes and all the peoples of Atheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles of intelligent citizens. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing reports. No, Raina. You mustn't listen. It's wrong. It's all wrong. Any sign of Meteon? Panicked and confused, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of the situation? The meteor are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. This way something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access the shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In the meteor's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we could track down Meteor, we've just lost. We have no means to communicate with them. No way knowing what befell our sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our music aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Be right back, real quick. Sorry about that. Oh my dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? A frantic search will fail us little. I must be clever about this. Follow, wonder, stumble, listen. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon's renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with a surfeit of ether, much like how M itself solidified your presence when we first met you? Don't be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we all must work together. We will continue the search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. As we ascertain Meteon's location, we proceed to reveal that we were familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever. Thankfully, she's made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lith. Assuming she is visible, it would prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. Then we have our plan. Lena and Emma will be our tracker and trapper, respectively. All we others predict and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. And Misuk and I will keep an eye on each other's ethers to help coordinate our efforts. Let's be about it. Well, since we are partners for a time being, let's return to where we last saw Meteor and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in state of preparedness, ready to read down Ether at a moment's notice. And it fails to you to keep the way clear. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just hide then. No one can find me. She went into the lake. This is well tiresome enough. Well, at least that one expand should make it easier to find. We won't lose her this time. We should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks on the water's edge. Do not even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I'll beat you to her more. Man, he's so picky. There you go, you gently came in. Great sorcerer of old. Not here. I'm not here. Please. By that rock, is she? Very well. What? Why can't I hide? Alina? Why are you saying everything's so faint? I'm sorry. I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. That will break him. His poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can tear her into the mist. is not in use. Seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteor's essence. We move on. There, I see her. Where's my wee sparkly? Aha.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
You fool!
Why, Hermes? Why can you not leave well enough alone? At least answers us ways to plead people and equations trying to ether. Had you never cast your accursed questions to distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Hermes has entered the consensus. Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he has entered from the rooftop, and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard this star and takes precedence over any personal stakes in the matter. But Helena? It is clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of doubt that Meteon is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of nowadays, we must give chase. Even if neither Hermes nor Meteor is often responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all accounts. Take concerns to hyperbole, here we go. Well, that was nice of the game. You teleport is supposed to go back. What have we here? Excuse me, did something happen inside Consensus? It's just Vana. It's glad you're here. No one knows what prompted, but the alarm was sounded and Consensus put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. What does the state of alert entail exactly? A field dampening magic is draped over the facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Consider scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. said, if I was to go to Nexus measures, what else other obstacles has been seen fit to drop on our path? With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not likely to be at our best fighting our best. That was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. Even though it's awful beyond my theoretical vision. And we put that talent of yours to good use. You're fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled? Then we've gone and raised everyone's expectations. You all need most of your strengths, and I'll fill the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be it as defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emmett Silk? Can you press one your arcane mastery? You level up with spells as easily as breathing. That can also challenge power to protect the man if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tales led us here, Valina. So it's only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through Hermes. And then we will face the future together. The penultimate mission of Elpis. Yep, that's pretty much it. Margaret, Redicon, how do I deal with this restriction? See evil. He does appear to be a Dark Knight, yes, Darth.
Out of my way! I'm not entirely useless.
Close closes.
Have a taste.
I see you opening.
Have a taste.
I see you.
Have a taste.
I see you opening.
Have at you. Have a taste. Have at you.
I'm not entirely useless. I'm not entirely useless. see you. I see you. I'm not entirely useless.
Have a taste! Have a taste!
There we go. We'll just sped this up a little bit. Oh, hello. Uh-oh. Oh, good.
Do not underestimate me. I'm not entirely useless.
I just like that down there. If it's like, yeah, I'm not letting this thing exist. I'm rejecting that on principle.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet. I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
Have a taste! Have at you! Have a taste!
I see you.
Hey, Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction. I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and pain, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
The native love, Star. Native love. Whoops. I'm just gonna put that in tiredness. It is half one here. Yes, it was indeed Hermes. There's also Fandango. And also Mom. This is actively the third time we fight him.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Lust and pain, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power! Dancing winds, pierce my foe! Stars on high, fall and rain! my foe!
Chasing that. Hopefully it'll be a little calmer now. Let's leave the rest of it. They're there.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteion into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteion, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others, that they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed, and that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity. They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived. Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence. There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
We will make our nest at the edge of the universe. And there in the dark of dead worlds, hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Etheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it!
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. But who is to say that you are right. Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated. Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmett Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteon. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteon!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Very well, then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. One remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
There's no time! Quickly!
Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it, the legacy I leave you.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos! I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape. I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Kutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be. Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time? Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Vinara about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
What an oddly specific thing for the breakup.
Let us rest, if only for a while. After all, you and I... oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
That was one of the best cutscenes in Walker, but we have one. My favourite is still to come. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand your exertions are more than purely physical. The resting was more fully performed as never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it's unlikely he will create more intellects. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, and that Metea would never be born to suffer and die. The offer to join 14 will be a welcome distraction. One day hence, he will face the final days in his role of Daniel. But yeah, sorry, I particularly like that yell. Unharmed. Thou must live, die, and know. Lena, listen to me. Our duty is now not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Selkett that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure the experiences Hermes thought to sponge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. We must fight this battle in your age, and die in mine. Come, let's walk together once more. We'll see you through the doors of Leo. Indeed, Ori. Though, with all the really blatant implication about who we were back in this time, I had it frequently. But not that they realize that. At least not until the last moment. Yes. Though there's one last bit that we're doing tonight. Get your popcorn. Because this is my favorite scene in... Oh no. This is my second favorite scene in the entirety of Endwalker. And my third favorite scene in the entire game. And when this is done, we'll be ending for the night. We're not finishing this mission, but we will be finishing when this is done. Because it's 2 in the morning. This is the main event.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Perhaps we should stay and help.
I appreciate your sentiment. I truly do. But 'tis a very long game that we must now play. And while you have maintained a stable presence here thus far, there are dangers in lingering over long. No. You must return to your own battlefield. Make use of the knowledge you have attained, that your days here and our friends' sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe. Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteion at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead. Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him, on us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Fandania.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong! Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it! We won't accept it! It will be ours again! A world free of sorrow!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk. All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die? As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
And on that, I bid you all good night. Join me next Monday, where we go meet up with her again. There will be no raid tonight. I do not have enemy to find a target. I hope all of you who joined me tonight enjoyed this near 7-hour stream. And I bid you all good night. Cheery bye. Cheery, cheery. Cheery bye.